Yeah, we're going to begin on the grass. We'll get to the first race coming up in a moment. We're about 10 minutes to post. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. So first three on the card, fast and firm here to kick things off in a moment in this New York bred allowance optional claiming field, which we'll see a very short price favorite to begin things. Scythian for Hall of Famer Belmont Jr. Alvarado, Team Sovereignty, who we'll touch on later as he gears up as being the favorite in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Grade 2 winner as a 2-year-old on the grass, tried the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. That did not go well. Dirt comeback looked pretty good.
Yeah, on the other hand, he was bet heavily. He was working well going into it, a little disappointing, but he's run well in the dirt before, and routine improvement, 2 to 3 is the worst to beat. He's not a 1 to 2 shot, but she is the worst to beat.
9 minutes away from the opener, still down in the paddock. Let's bring in the third member of our team. Hello, Acacia Clement.
Hey, Greg. Hey, Andy. And we will start off right there with Scythian, who, yes, as a filly, as a 2-year-old, did actually take on the boys when she broke her maiden because it was the only opportunity to run against New York breds at the end of the Saratoga meet. And then she would go on to win the Miss Grillo. However, some of the other main contenders in that field were taken out of contention when another horse bolted into the stretch. Then she would go on to the Breeders' Cup, where she did not run well. And yes, she had a bit of a trip. Thought she flattened a little bit last time, but she was running in stops and starts. Now, she was a big, lanky 2-year-old, very physically mature. She hasn't grown a ton, but she has filled out. While I wasn't in the paddock last time, she does look strong today, so I would imagine she should move forward off of that race. And while she does actually have a bit more of a dirt pedigree, she has done her best running on the grass. The number 5 Collaboration is in for the $45,000 today and back against New York breds. She has it in there somewhere. It's just her Achilles heel has been getting out of the gate. Her last several races, she has leapt up at the start. I thought last time she might have actually bumped herself pretty good at the gate last time. Hopefully she can get out cleanly and put herself in the race today, Greg.
Here comes our post parade as we start off an early pick 5 to the afternoon. Can't fool me. Coming off a win, it's Horacio De Paz and Manny Franco.
It's a classic last time as a time horse, winning almost 20 to 1 last time with a very good ride by Manny, but she's a generous overlay at 9 to 1 right now as well.
Yeah, huge number. Got a good figure for that victory, and tough potentially right back unless Scythian and the public is right. 1 to 2, very short.
I don't have a problem with Scythian other than the price. I think she is the horse to beat. I don't think that she's 70% to win this race, though.
Foxy Cara, big price.
Yeah, she's never been on the turf before and doesn't have the pedigree to suggest she's going to move forward as much as she needs to.
Trainer Barkley Tagg with North End Lady.
She is at times sort of hinting at being contentious.
A lot of big former races for Collaboration.
I'm giving her last chance, though I don't want to take anything less than 3 to 1.
Bobby M's girl, blinkers come off.
Sort of like North End Lady. Occasionally she hints at being contentious here.
And a lot of in-the-money finishes for Snowy Evening, David Donk.
I think if you like her, one of the best things to say is, first of all, she's a big price at 15 to 1. She does her best racing in the fall. I would say she's a bit of an overlay at this price, though.
Approaching the 5-minute mark to post from kicking off this Thursday card. Again, pick 5 pool you see bottom right-hand side of your screen. You can play it and everything else right there at NYRA Bets. Get that offer. That $200 deposit match new customer bonus when new members punch in that code at sign up. Match 200 right there at NYRABets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. So there's the odds-on favorite. Scythian for Hall of Famer Belmont with Junior Alvarado. Comeback effort. First start as a 3-year-old. It came on dirt and beat less than a length as the favorite. But you better on grass?
Probably was better on grass as a 2-year-old and maybe better going longer. And I imagine Bill was thinking maybe I could take a shot in some of those New York bred dirt races. She ran credibly, but she's got to improve. She was very fortunate when she won this race. It was a gold rail. She never left the rail. The major contenders were taken out top of the stretch by Orr's bolting. But still, she's run some pretty good races, and I don't think her Breeders' Cup was that bad. You know, you run a 78 Beyer, okay, benefit of the rail, the good trip, maybe it should have been a 72, but routine improvement 2 to 3 gets her into the mid-80s and makes her the horse to beat. She's not a 3 to 5 shot, but she is the horse to beat.
Went to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf off that win and did not go well in that performance, and then was off until the comeback on the dirt back in late August at Saratoga. So getting back on grass for the first time now as a 3-year-old. Meanwhile, the 5, we talked about Collaboration, Linda Rice, probably the best efforts of anyone in this field, quite a few of them, but a lot of issues out of the gate.
She does, and it's an interesting situation because there's a dearth of speed in this race. There really are no speed horses, and Flavien Prat's often good at taking advantage of the circumstances, and she could be the speed if she can get out of the gate, and that's a massive if. I don't think she's going to break 5 lengths slow like she did last time, but even if she breaks like she did in her other races, puts her a little behind the 8 ball. The start is going to be key. A good break for her, and I think Flavien puts her in the lead, and she's in a position to put these on a merry chase.
Keep your eyes, though, on the start with her. We talked about Scythian, the short price, and as you say, with routine improvement, maybe can run as fast as this one just did, the one.
Yeah, the ones, I mean, to discount, the one at 7-1 even, the one's supposed to be like 4-1 in this race or less. Her last race was good. Those horses are okay. Now, the third horse got a bad ride and probably could have won the race. She got an exceptional ride, but having said that, she ran very well. You just missed a chance against Weaker at almost 20-1, but if she stays in the 5 to 6-1 range, she's still a very fair price in here, and she draws well, and she could absolutely win back for Horacio de Paz.
So can she do it back-to-back here and produce that big performance that we saw last time out? 6-year-old mare, probably the best race she's run in her 23-race career.
But it's not like she's never run well before.
No.
I mean, she was an overlay last time. She should never have been that price last time out.
Manny Franco back aboard. There she is. Let's go down to Acacia.
Yeah, I would certainly agree with that, as she faced New York breds in this level last time out as she went through that condition. But prior to that, she was running against open allowance level competition. Now, as Andy kind of touched on, some horses do thrive when they get to the cooler temperatures, and some start to turn and go the opposite way. I would say with Can't Fool Me, her coat's gotten a bit wintry. She is a sway back individual, that kind of dip in her back, and so her top line has kind of dropped away a little bit more than it even usually is. So I am kind of seeing the influence of some frequent racing and the cooler temperatures coming in. But that said, she is one that sometimes can get really, really revved up prior to her races. She's doing very well for her standards today. The number 4 North End Lady, this is a horse that she's a generous price at 16-1. I know she was really disappointed last time out. I will say, just from a purely physical perspective and what I saw on the track, she looked best in the preliminaries here. She got a big, exuberant warm-up under Dylan Davis, away from the pony. She has the ability to be forwardly placed, as she was pressing last time out when Can't Fool Me came closing late. I know she did not make a good account of herself in there, but she's carried her weight really, really well. Just looking like she's doing well right now. I'm wondering if Dylan is going to try to be forward with her, and I think that should help her out. I'm like Andy, maybe it's a trap, but I'm going to give Collaboration one more try. Now, she is a horse that she does have the tendency, she's done it in her last 3 starts, and she's done it even prior to that too, to rear up at the start and kind of leap up and take herself completely out of it. Now, she has been facing open company. She's back in against New York breds. Last time, it seemed, like I said, I think she hit the gate when leaping up and probably was a bit uncomfortable after that point, so she was protected. But even when she typically does do those antics at the start, her riders are familiar with her to have her kind of gun it and be forward. She's doing everything right here. Great coat, great weight to her, but I wanted to give her one more try, just the competition that she has been keeping. Greg?
Thank you, Acacia. Minute to post coming up 1-2. Scythian for the turf debut of her 3-year-old campaign.
I don't see this horse as a 1-2 shot. I see her as the likeliest winner at 6-5. I don't see her at 1-2. I don't think she's absolutely has to win this race. I think her 2-year-old form may not be quite as good as it looks. She builds on it. She's the horse to beat. I don't have a problem with that, but I don't think she's a 1-2 shot. I think people are looking at her winning a stake and thinking that makes her better than she is. I don't agree.
I am with you. Got to prove it here. Coming back now as a 3-year-old. And just off, what they've done on the track, there's several in here who have just run faster races already. She's got to prove it.
I completely agree.
Not to say she can't.
No, absolutely. I don't have a problem with her being the horse to beat. I just have a problem with her being that price. And I think at that price, you're obliged to find somebody to bet against her, though not that I'm getting a great price on Collaboration either. I'd hope for a little more than 3-1 on her, but not going to happen apparently.
All right, so good luck if you're putting a pick 5 together. Next race, really good sprint on the dirt we have coming up in that 6-horse group.
I'm surprised the 1 in this race has never really come down in odds. You know?
It's not a great sign, right?
Well, looking at exactas, the 1 and 5 are shorter prices. You know, you look at the CAW pools, the exact supposed to win pool, there's no way the 2 is 2 to 5. For instance, a 1-2 exact is 15 for $1, a 1-5 is 18 for $1. So right now the value is in betting either the 1 or 5 to win.
One to 2 favorite on, essentially a comebacking 3-year-old, even though, she had that dirt return, but you would think she's a turf filly with what she's done to this point.
Yeah, like I said, I think her merits are fairly obvious. But, these stake-faced horses have a way of getting overbet. She ran the Breeders' Cup, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think she's
Didn't run much in that Breeders' Cup.
No, she didn't have the best of trips, but she didn't run particularly well. She's probably the horse. She's the horse to beat. I think she's closer to a 6 to 5 shot than 2 to 5. That's all. It's my only problem.
Here we go. We kick off this Thursday card. Belmont at the Big Ace, Scythian the 2 for Belmont with Junior Alvarado, the odds-on favorite. Here's Chris Griffin.
And Snowy Evening. Last to load. Going in. All set. Race 1. Movement from Collaboration. Settles. And they're off. Off a step slow was Foxy Kara. Collaboration right to the front, and Collaboration will show the way. At the rail there, a tight hold on Scythian. Snowy Evening wants to join that leader. A little keen here is going to sit in second. Collaboration, Flavien Prat there in front. Right to the outside is Snowy Evening. Tightly at the rail, that's Scythian. Looks comfortable with that 3rd position, followed by North End Lady and Dylan Davis from 4th. At the rail is Can't Fool Me and Manny Franco. They'll track in 5th. The 2 at the back, Bobby M's Girl, and cornering very wide there is Foxy Kara. A tough opening quarter for her. 24 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. They're chasing Collaboration. Collaboration is in front only by a neck. Snowy Evening inches closer. Scythian in a prime spot here, tightly at the rail in 3rd. North End Lady out in the center of the course in the 2 path here, following from 4th. Can't Fool Me's at the rail in 5th, and Bobby M's Girl. Still the trailer. Foxy Kara. Collaboration will try and take them all the way. 48.59, the posted half-mile time, and the long shot Snowy Evening the first with a shot. Here comes Snowy Evening to the outside of Collaboration, who's just moving right along. Scythian starts to get encouraged here from Junior Alvarado to move forward. North End Lady is holding that position. That's the leading 4. They haven't changed the running order much. Can't Fool Me is all in. Bobby M's Girl trying to rally on, and far back Foxy Kara. Nowhere to go for Scythian so far. They reach the top of the lane. Collaboration has kicked for home. Snowy Evening's been there the entire journey. Can Scythian get out of there? Is bottled up in behind horses. Now the seam's going to come down towards the inside. Collaboration in front the gray. Scythian just had to steady and check sharply there in the lane. It is Collaboration. Bobby M's Girl, the other gray, has been in the clear. Here comes Bobby M's Girl at 25 to 1. Bobby M's Girl on the grandstand side. Bobby M's Girl won it. Bobby M's Girl over Collaboration. Then came Scythian, who ran on for 3rd, and North End Lady. And 1 minute 42.32 in race 1.
Big time trouble for the odds-on favorite in the stretch. We'll get to that in a moment. It's Bobby M's Girl, 25 to 1 with the upset.
She was a little tough to make. That's why she was a big price. I think they were all overlaid because the 2 was such an underlay. And as far as the favorite, well, when you ride favorites, you want to be in a position where you aren't going to get yourself in trouble without seeing the head. I don't know if he had room or what exactly happened there. It's a little bit tricky. No excuse for the horse. I like Collaboration, who couldn't have had an easier trip on the front end. I'm shocked that she lost.
So keep your eyes with that red cap down on the rail, trying to make room inside.
She didn't have room.
No.
She did not have room, and she was trying to go into a hole that didn't exist. They can blink the second horse, but this horse did not foul that horse. She had no room to come through, and she had plenty of room later. I don't even think there will be an inquiry.
6'5", 2'4", bottled up, nowhere to go, tried to force her way in, and yet just nothing there.
Well, it's the problem when you get to that gap, when they get to the chute. You want to come through. The problem is she just never had room, and Junior kind of knew it. I guess he was, like most cases, you hope that things are going to open up. But they opened up pretty clearly here, and she still didn't catch the 5. I don't know how the winner was able to catch her, to be honest with you. I'm shocked.
Bobby M's girl at 25-1. David Duggan, Katie Davis. The blinkers come off in a huge number, the second biggest price on the board. Rolling by the pace setter. And yeah, Collaboration, unable to seal this one. Does not look good to win again, potentially.
I made a nice bet on Collaboration, and I have nothing to complain about. She got everything you could want. She broke today. She went to the front. She set her moderate pace. She just lost. No excuse for Collaboration.
Got a quick look there at the winning trainer, David Duggan. Talk about a new lease on life. Thought about walking away from the game, and 23, 24, and this year, been the 3 best years of his career.
Yeah. Well, you get some horses, you get some opportunities, you show what you can do.
Deserving of more with what he has done.
I agree.
The last few years.
And he's gotten more opportunities, you know. He has definitely opened some eyes, and I think there are opportunities for trainers. You've just got to show that you can win when you get opportunities, and Dave Duggan has clearly done that.
Yes, he has, no question. Bobby M's girl, 25-1 start to this Thursday card. Belmont at the Big A, 6, 5, 2, 4 prices when we come back. We will talk Breeders' Cup Classic Division and the top dog, the Kentucky Derby, Belmont Stakes, and Travers winner Sovereignty. Can anyone slow him down at Del Mar? We'll have a preview when we come back.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part where you can play all the action. Naira Bets, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Huge upset to kick off this Thursday card. Bobby M's girl, David Duggan barn. Equipment change, blinkers coming off with Katie Davis, 25-1. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And here with winning rider Katie Davis as Bobby M's girl, timing it right. And Katie, I know with this guy, it's been about, or this filly, I should say, it's been about timing it right for her because she kind of gets there just on time.
She does. And I've ridden her in the past. She has worn blinkers. So now I got this opportunity to ride her without the blinkers, David said. So she will turn off. He's like, she will turn off a little bit better for you. And I love his judgment and everything that, you know, how they train and the way they interact with the horses. It just works.
Did you feel like the equipment change with the blinkers coming off made a big difference for her and the way she traveled today?
Yes, of course.
And with Dave Duggan, you guys have had a lot of success together. Tell me a little bit about that relationship.
David, he's a great horseman, him and his wife. She gets on the horses as well, and he's just easygoing. He knows racing. I mean, there's no pressure riding for him. He's like, Kitty, I did my job, you do your job. And, you know, he just makes it easy.
Love to see relationships like that. Well, congratulations to the whole team.
Thank you very much.
Kitty Davis winning the opener.
Everyone in an inflated price in this opener because of all that money on Scythian with, granted, difficult trip, but as you saw the head-on too, did have some room to run later in the stretch.
Yeah, had room. Didn't really want to go through. Maybe she was already sort of intimidated. A lot of horses get their best rallying done towards the outside. And, you know, I wish I bet Collaboration to place. It's not a bad place price, huh?
No, it's not. If you anticipated a 25-to-1 shot winning the race. Race 2, 6 furlongs, really good 6 furlong sprint coming up. $100,000 allowance optional claiming field. And right now, Acoustic Ave, Linda Rice, Dylan Davis has won 3 of the last 4 coming in. The problem is the one defeat in that streak. That one's in here too, Over and Ollie, and that horse crushed Acoustic Ave when they met.
Yeah, Over and Ollie was good that day and able to show some speed. Now I have to imagine that Spike Zone, the 5, will be the speed, but I think Over and Ollie will be stalking here, and if he can run back that race 2 back, he's probably the horse to beat.
21 minutes away, very good race we'll talk more about in a moment. We talked Sovereignty going to break. He'll be the favorite when we get to the Breeders' Cup Classic on November the 1st out at Del Mar. This is a field that likely will line up against him.
Yeah, Sovereignty is the horse to beat based on what he's done on the racetrack. I have absolutely no argument with that. The argument I have against betting him is I think he'll be overbet. Horses like Sovereignty, 3-year-olds, they tend to get a lot of hype. And he deserves some of the hype. Not all of it, but some of it. But I think he's got his hands full. There are other horses in here. Horses like Forever Young, who we haven't really seen. Horse like Sierra Leone, who probably ran his best race in defeat last time out. Sovereignty's the horse to beat, but I just think he's going to be an underlay, Greg.
This performance in the Travers, we know it wasn't a huge field. Maybe some horses who didn't want the mile and a quarter, but as you look at how fast he ran, the figure here and doing it, he just keeps seemingly getting better and better at a mile and a quarter. There's no question he's at his best.
He's the horse to beat based on the number that he ran in this race. I don't deny it's not a huge favorite, but he is the horse to beat. The scary thought is if he takes another step forward in the 2 months since that race and gets even better, he has, you know, the 3-year-olds the ones who rate to improve the most. I don't think you're going to get improved performances from the Sierra Leones and the Forever Youngs and even a Fierceness in here. I think you've seen who those horses are, and they're good. But this guy could move forward. I have no argument with him being the horse to beat. I have an argument that he's going to be a very short price, and I don't think that he is deserving of some of the hype I'm hearing about him. But he is obviously very good.
What do you not buy in terms of the hype?
Well, I'm hearing people say that he's the best horse in Spectacular Bid, and he's the best 3-year-old we've seen in a long time. I think, you know, Bernardini, the same connections, who was a very, very good horse, a very similar ability. And, you know, you're comparing him to really good horses, even Point Given and those kind of horses. I don't think he's as fast as Tisnow was. There have been a lot of really good horses over the last 50 years. And listen, maybe he comes back as a 4-year-old and he shows that he belongs in that group. But I think people are getting a little bit ahead of themselves. There's always a big recency bias. Like I said, I think he's really good, and I do think he's the horse to beat in the Classic as of now. I just don't think... What price do you think he'll be?
It's a good question. I mean, you have a returning Classic winner in the race. You have a horse who beat that horse, who didn't get to finish his last race. 9-5?
See, I think he's going to be like 6-5. I think people are just going to go hog wild for him, and I don't believe he should be that. I think 9-5, 2-1. A reasonably fair price on him. He is the horse to beat.
I mean, even off that last figure he ran in the Travers, if he doesn't move off that, no one really has that race, do they?
He is the horse to beat off that race. But having said that, this is a much more competitive race than he's been in recently. These other horses have knocked heads in some pretty serious races. He has not faced this kind of talent before. Doesn't mean he can't beat them, though.
You have a returning Classic winner looking to go back-to-back. He just brought up the only horse who's ever done that. That is Tiz Now. Can Sierra Leone join that group of one?
I think that, you know, a lot of people may have missed how well he ran in the Jockey Gold Cup. Flavien Prat almost pulled him up, and he had a good 5 or 6 lengths worth of trouble in the early stages as he was trying to avoid Irad Ortiz and Mindframe and jumping over him. That was serious, and he still made a big run. And also, he made that big run in a race that, yeah, the pace setter set an honest pace, but it's not like the pace collapsed, right? Antiquarian and Phileas Fogg were both right there at the finish. So Antiquarian winning. I think his last race was very, very good. I still, you know, it would be nice if we had seen what he could have done and see how it compares to the race that we saw a week earlier from Sovereignty. I think he and Forever Young are the ones that I would want if I was looking to try to beat the favorite, at least as of now.
Let's bring in Acacia downstairs, and we pose that same question to you.
Well, kind of piggyback off what Andy was just saying, I would go Forever Young. I've long been a fan of his, and I'd be very curious to see what he can do in this year's Breeders' Cup. And now that he is a 4-year-old, we saw him take on the Olders as the 3-year-old last year, where Sierra Leone did win the Breeders' Cup Classic. And this is a horse who nearly won the Kentucky Derby. As far as competition here stateside, he was kind of on par last year with Sierra Leone. Now, we did see him this year win the Saudi Cup and then come back with a disappointing 3rd place finish in the Dubai World Cup behind big long shot Hit Show winning that day. Then he had a layoff. His last race in Japan, watching it, was a little bit workmanlike, but he was much the best in that race. And it seems kind of a similar type of trajectory going on to the Breeders' Cup of what they've done with him in the past. He's obviously shown that he can effectively ship. He's another year older. He can take on the best American dirt horses. And he's a horse that I have always wanted to see get that trip and see really what he's made of and if he can win one of these big races here stateside. He's obviously, like I said, one with a lot of talent that's shown he can do it. Maybe this will be his year, Greg.
And really, I mean, the only sort of, he's never been off the board. The Derby he lost, he might have been best that day.
Yeah.
Very narrow defeat. He ran huge at the Breeders' Cup Classic.
I thought he was too close to pace in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
The one race really that's on the sheet that you kind of scratch your head at a bit is the Dubai World Cup.
I agree. Maybe it's hard to run well in both the Saudi Cup and the Dubai World Cup. It was obviously not a good performance. But here's the thing. Even in not running well, he still actually ran okay, and he clearly didn't run his race that day. Now, obviously, he's got to run a lot better than Hit Show if he's going to win the Breeders' Cup Classic, a horse that wouldn't be a contender here. But I think there's, I thought his Breeders' Cup last year was kind of forgotten about. Everybody made such a big deal about Fierceness, and not saying Fierceness didn't run well because he did, but this horse was right near the pace, and it's part of my argument that that's a race that didn't fall apart. But I think with Forever Young, they might have been too close to pace last time, or it could have been a different result.
His trainer gets him to show with limited starts too, and the breaks he's had. The horse seems to always show up.
He's really good.
It's going to make it that much more exciting. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We'll look ahead to some weekend action after this. And the Glen Cove this weekend, 6 furlongs on the grass, and the top 2 finishers from the Galway return. We'll have a preview of that race when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
$1,600,000, thank you.
Zaccheo, Flatterer, Flat Top, McDynamo, Goodnight Shirt, Snap Decision. Legends that have defined steeplechasing's finest hour. For over a century, the Far Hills Race Meeting has set the gold standard for racing. On October 18th, the tradition continues at Moreland Farm. Come be a part of the pageantry, beauty, and excitement of steeplechase racing's biggest day. Tickets are available now at farhillsrace.org.
Good to have you with us on our Thursday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Opener in the books with a surprising 25-1 upset score. Race 2, 6 furlongs on the dirt, very competitive group. In this allowance optional claiming field, the favorite, Over and Ollie, who easily handled Acoustic Ave, the 3 when they met. And there you see in the background El Grande O, who had some high promise early on in his career. He's had some excuses the last couple of starts.
I agree. I like the one El Grande O in this race, and I think if he can get back, especially to his fast track races, he can win. 3-1, a little low for me though.
Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
Yeah, I think that many people are seeing with El Grande O what we might be seeing looking at him too. Now, he was declared a non-starter last time out. When he was throwing his head around in the gate, he was very antsy. And I think just as a result with timing, it seemed that the assistant starter still had his hand on his bridle when the gate did open, causing him to be behind the field and then kind of rushing up inside to get into the race a bit. Now, I wasn't in the paddock that day, but he is, from what I know of him, a horse that always carries a lot of good conditioning, and he probably, antics or not, really did benefit from getting an opportunity to race last time out. As far as fitness is concerned, he still looks quite burly, but again, that's typical for El Grande O, and he's a horse that I think had a pretty tough 3-year-old campaign trying to get onto that Triple Crown trail, trying to stretch him out. And I agree with Andy that recently his fast track races have been good, but as a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old, he ran very well on a wet track. I think he's just a good horse that back to dirt sprinting is what he wants to do. And even before that layoff, he did have trouble in that race 2 starts back, running third that day. I think that we're going to see a better El Grande O today, a horse that I know has always shown quite a bit of promise. Now, looking at your current favorite, the number 6, Over and Ollie, he comes out of a try in the Grade 1 Forgo, so certainly willing to forgive that, running against the likes of Bookham Dano last time out, where he did break out at the start, but just kind of steadily dropping back and totally overmatched in that field. Now, 2 starts back when he won over Acoustic Ave, I thought that he was very much with the flow of the racetrack in that weekend. That day on July 4th, closer was kind of struggling to make up some ground, so I think benefiting and maybe making Over and Ollie look even better than that race did appear. But he has run some fast races in the past too. He's a big boy, always one that's very kind of bubbling as far as his energy is concerned, and he looks great here in the paddock. I think that he certainly is a horse, if he can run back to some of those other races and get into that comfortable running style where he is forward, that's where he does run his best. Now, the number 3, Acoustic Ave, as I mentioned, when finishing second 2 starts back to Over and Ollie, I think he was a little bit up against it. And then last time out, I thought he ran a huge race when being in between horses, kind of getting jostled around a little bit in the stretch there, and he was able to run down what you're talking about. He's a very fast graded stakes winning Wesley Ward trainee. This horse has been remarkably consistent throughout his career. He's never one that's really grown or changed too much at all, but he just kind of brings his lunch pail, as Richie Migliore would say, and goes to work each and every day. See if he can build off of that very fast 98 Beyer speed figure last time out, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. Post parade here coming up. Over and Ollie, the 6th, the one to beat on the board. As you see Dylan Davis get a leg up here on Acoustic Ave, who gets another crack at Over and Ollie.
And Over and Ollie has run fast races by stalking before, but he did run his big race in the front end 2 races back, and he's not going to get the lead from Spike Zone unless that horse fails to get out of the gate. He's fast, Spike Zone, so I imagine he'll be in front in this race, but I still think he's a logical type horse and picked him second. Nothing against him. I think 6-1 and run son of a gun's a generous price.
Here is El Grande second start back off a lengthy layoff.
I understand what Acacia's saying, and she's not wrong about some of the muddy tracks in the past, but it seems right now that he might be a better horse on a fast track based on his recent races, and I like his chances today.
Nova Rags, best days behind him?
Well, I don't know if he ever had that many good days, but you're probably right. He didn't run badly too back when he got left of the start, but he lacks pace in a race that doesn't have a lot of speed.
3 wins, last 4 starts for Acoustic Ave, the beat to Over and Ollie.
That's the other problem, though. He doesn't have much speed, and there isn't any pace in here, and he's kind of a last time was the time horse in an underlay today.
Here's Running Son of a Gun, multiple stakes placed.
Not sure why he's this big price in here. He's got races that can win this for sure.
9-2 on Spike Zone, blinkers on, 17-time winner.
He's a pretty cool horse. He's won almost half of 35 starts, and he is the speed. I don't know if he's as good as these.
And Over and Ollie, Rick Dutrow Jr. barn with Joel Rosario.
Figures to be stalking the number 5 Spike Zone, and I don't disagree with the public. I thought he was the horse to beat.
7 minutes to post. Here in race 2. If you're an Ira Bets member, take advantage of this. 10% bonus today on all win bets. At Belmont at the Big A, you have to opt in to take advantage. Don't leave any money on the table. Good luck. As we get set for race 2, approaching the 5-minute mark to post. We teased it going to break. Coming up over the weekend, Grade 3 Glen Cove, sprinting on the grass for 3-year-old fillies, and the top 3 finishers out of that Galway Saratoga. Pop Idol, Abiento, Love Cervere, all come back to meet again.
Well, probably Abiento ran the best race, given Pop Idol was somehow able to sort of waltz along on the front end in here. And she ran very well from last to finish second, but Pop Idol ran well in there. Can Pop Idol get loose again in this race? That's the big question. If she can get loose and control in the front end, she can win. She probably needs to do that. I thought this was a wide open race and a very, very fun race as well.
So those 3 go at it again. George Weaver has flat out time getting on turf for the first time.
I thought Mead Governor was very interesting in here. A lot of horses can win this race. Anna Skal ran extremely well against Lesser last time, but she really ran well, and she's run well in the past, too.
It's race 10 on the Saturday card, 4:53 Eastern time. Hope to see you then.
What do you think of 8-5 now on the number 6 over
way
Nolly?
Too short for
Seems
my liking.
awfully short to me. It really does. I'm kind of dismissive of the other horses in here. And I have no argument against him. I just think that it's a short price.
Well, off this race, and this was the kind of smackdown over Acoustic Ave, they got incredibly aggressive and went to the Grade 1 Forgo.
And the other thing, well, yeah, obviously, they took a shot. It's fine. I like the idea of taking the shot. The problem is he's got a real speed inside him. So he's got to put away Spike Zone, who's 17 for 35 lifetime. On the dirt, he's 17 for 33 lifetime, and he's 30 for 33 on dirt in the money. I mean, he's not the kind of horse that just gives up, you know? So I feel as though Over and Ollie is going to have to deal with him, put him away, and then hold off any potential stalkers and closers. I don't have a problem with Over and Ollie being a horse to beat. I just don't think he's a very good price at 8-5.
Meanwhile, ones for both you and Acacia with the horse on your screen here, El Grandeo. Pratt aboard for Linda Rice.
Yeah, I think the horse, not only did he have an unfair start last time, I thought he kind of needed the race as well. And the race dominated somewhat towards the front end, not completely, but I just think with getting Flavien Prat, if he can run, because in a way he's second off a layoff, he can find those good races, he can beat these horses at a square enough price.
Well, as you mentioned, a big problem for the favorite, the speed next door, the consistency of Spike Zone. With more on him, let's go to Acacia.
And he is very quick. I do agree. He's going to be the one to find the lead first, as the blinkers do go back on. And even watching that last race where he wasn't necessarily the quickest out of the gate, but looking back at some of his previous efforts for Spike Zone, he is a horse that does have the tendency, the ability, I should say, to get quickly out to the front end. Now, watching his last start at Delaware, he was wearing a shadow roll. That piece of equipment has come off today with the blinkers going going back on. So I'm guessing that that's the thought process and kind of getting him a little bit quicker out, as he did also hop at the start, 2 starts back. He's taken a lot of money throughout his career out of town. So if you've been a fan of Spike Stone following him around, you're getting him at 5-1 now. Had a big warm up out there on the track, and he was, well, sharp in the paddock, not really wanting to go into the saddling stall, but not over the top. And he stacks up favorably with his competition. Wanted to reserve judgment on the 4 Runnin' Son of a Gun until I saw him out on the track, because obviously the last race is a little bit of a question, and I'm guessing that's why he is such a price in here, because he certainly has a ton of back class given the company that he has been faced, even being through disqualification put up in the Bold Ruler back in October 2024. He's such a cool horse that I think a lot of us do have a soft spot for. But that being said, he was pulled up out of that race pretty early on last time out in a salty field too, and he was not moving well behind. Watching him warm up today, he was definitely going freer this afternoon. That said, he looks a little bit stronger altogether. Obviously, if a horse is pulled up and gets a ride back on the equine ambulance like he did last time out, he has to undergo rigorous protocols, veterinary exams to make sure that he is okay to come back to the races. Obviously, he has passed all of those checks and looking like he was moving better today in the warm-up than he was last time, which should bode well for him, maybe to run back to some of those bigger races, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. Minute to post coming up. 6-5 over an Ollie. And I mean, how do you, coming out of a race where he just wasn't competitive at all and got drilled? Like, it was grade 1 company. This is much softer, but it can't do wonders for your confidence.
Well, I'm going to say something else about him. Okay, the positive you could say is, okay, we'll just throw the race out, and he couldn't run against those horses. And when Jose Ortiz loses by 14 lengths, usually it means they should have lost by 7 lengths. Having said that, the race before it was his first dry track dirt race. There seems to be a reasonable chance the prior connections got this horse pretty wrong. Though in fairness to Al Stall, he did finally run the horse in dirt sprints, whereas the early connections were running long on synthetic and turf. And it seems like he's a dirt sprinter. I just don't think off that one race getting loose that he's supposed to be 6-5. If he runs that race, unless Runnin' Son of a Gun gets back to one of his good races, he's almost a cinch to win it. But, you know, it's like one race he's got. And the other thing is, El Grande O's run some fast races before, so I don't think he's like that big a layover here. And it's not as though he has this huge resume of good performances to go to at 6-5. 5-2 or 2-1? Okay. But 6-5? He just doesn't feel like a good gamble to me.
Yeah, it is really that one race, the one we showed you at Saratoga, that makes him this price. And that's not a great body of work indeed. Rosario will ride for Dutrow Jr. At least he gets the outside post here, but Spike Zone to his inside. Going to make it incredibly difficult for him to try and get the lead, or certainly at least be alone on it. Set for the second, Chris Griffin the call.
Steps forward, 2 out, Spike Zone. Spike Zone. Hesitates briefly. Spike Zone. Jamie Rodriguez aboard, goes in, over an ollie. Joel Rosario to the outside. Over an ollie. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Unseating the rider there was the 6 over an ollie. Unseating the rider at the start. Joel Rosario being tended to right now. The horse didn't go anywhere. Equipment issue there after the start. The 6 is out of the race. Spike Zone right out towards the front. It's going to be Spike Zone to show the way. Acoustic Ave is a tracking second at the rail. El Grande O. Then comes Runnin' Son of a Gun in 4th, and the trailer will be Nova Rags. They did get to the loose horse right away, just stopped right after the starting gate, so they are with the 6. Around that far turn, it's Spike Zone who's in front, is up by a neck. Acoustic Ave just patiently ridden towards the outside. El Grandeo in third. Run-in son of a gun, and Nova Rag starts to rally on from the back end of the field as they're approaching the top of the stretch, and Spike Zone is trying to kick away. Acoustic Ave has been sitting right there stalking, and Spike Zone's got more. It's Spike Zone towards the inside. Acoustic Ave continues to give chase, and here comes El Grandeo down the center of the racetrack with a lot of momentum. El Grandeo trying to catch the top two. A 16th left to go. El Grandeo in between horses. Acoustic Ave. Acoustic Ave with the nose in front. El Grandeo got up. El Grandeo gets up there in the final jump. Acoustic Ave second, then came Spike Zone in third in 1 minute 9.29 seconds.
El Grandeo, nice call. Acacia, Linda Rice, Flavien Prat.
What about me? What am
Oh,
I,
yeah, you like
chopped
this
liver
one, too.
over here? I mean, you know, I'm going home. I'm very hurt right now. He couldn't have worked out a better trip. One of the keys, we talk about this so much, and we do have to talk about the break, obviously, was he broke as sharply as he did and enabled Flavien to get good position and just get up. Tough beat for Acoustic Avenue, who ran very, very well. But obviously, the entire complexion of this race has changed. When the 6 comes out, not only is the even money favorite, whether you thought he was over bet or not, he was the right favorite in here. He lose the rider at the start, but it also changed the pace. They went 22.91. You have to think of the 6 breaks, right, Greg? They probably go faster, and that probably helps, actually, both Acoustic Avenue and El Grandeo. And I think Dylan did a great job with Acoustic Avenue, getting him in position there, and El Grandeo naturally has more speed than that one, so that Dylan rode very well, and the slower pace, though, kind of helped him, but then maybe there's a faster pace and it comes back more. We should show the head-on of the start, though, to see exactly what went wrong with the number 6, and hopefully Joel is up and okay.
1, 3, 5, 2, 7-2, El Grandeo. I was just trying to get you going. It worked.
It's not hard. How long have we worked together? I'm not that hard to figure out, Greg, and you've had plenty of experience.
Pratt, Linda Rice, and the Silks of Barry Schwartz. El Grandeo, both Andy and Acacia with this selection at 7-2 here. We'll be back with prices and set up the pick 6 next.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, and 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage as we kick off a new week here, Belmont at the Big A, on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. New Belmont Park, the logo unveiled just the other week, and officially on sale to the public. Step into the next chapter of Belmont's storied legacy by securing yourself a champion suite where world-class racing, luxury, and year-round premium entertainment is redefined.
Want to split one, Greg? You and I?
I would love to do that.
That's the right move.
Let's just hit this pick 5 or pick 6 today, and we're all in. That's where you can go to get your champion suite on sale now. Limited inventory, newbelmont.com. El Grande O, obviously, things did not go to plan here with Over and Ollie out of the gate, losing Joel Rosario. We'll try and get you an update in a moment. In the end, El Grande O back to strong form here, winning from off the pace under Flavien Prat.
Just got a picture-perfect trip, broke very sharply, was able to get good position, stayed in the rail, angled out in the stretch, and just able to wear down the speed horses in this race. I think they all ran well. All of these horses, Acoustic Avenue, able to be closer because the pace was slower, but he's still a little bit out of his game, and he still ran another good race. He's in raging form as Linda Rice runs 1-2. Now Grande O plays close to 4-1.
Yeah, $9.94 for the victory, 1-3-5 here in race 2. Let's go down to Acacia.
And unfortunately don't have a ton of updates, Greg, but can report that jockey Joel Rosario was placed on a board and loaded into the ambulance and will be transported for further evaluation to first aid. We'll certainly pass on any other information as I have it, and obviously hoping that everything is okay. Did see that Over and Ollie was quickly apprehended. He did not run off and was walked off, I should say held by one of the outriders and moving on his own power off of the racetrack, which is good news as well. But certainly, as mentioned, we'll provide any additional updates as I have them.
All right, thank you, Acacia, for that. You know, Over and Ollie just sort of buckled out of the gate, and it looked like Rosario kind of fell straight on his back.
I hope he's okay.
Hopefully get a positive update when we get that report a little bit later on, hopefully before we are off air. Third, Belmont of the Big A at the start of the pick 6. 6 furlongs, sprinting on the dirt, rails out 12 feet on this turf course, the outer turf.
Pay no attention to those odds. They're wildly incorrect. They're better now. There we go. I was thinking, God, if I get 19-1 an aperitif, I was in.
They're still wildly off. Lady Angelina for Mott with Junior, 5-2 favorite right now, the 3.
Yeah, that doesn't feel like it's going to stay.
No. But
it's
who
a
knows?
pretty even. Looking at the pick 3s, Greg, look at the 3, the 4, the 7, the 8, the 9. They're all pretty similar prices, right?
Huge
big
pick
price in the
3s.
first. Well, big price in the first race. Kind of makes it a little tougher to read, you know?
Yep.
Because it's, you know, $4 on a sequence would make it, would affect the price.
So we'll talk more about this field.
Appears the 9 is favored over the 4 in doubles.
These odds are going to change quite a bit. Horse of the Year did not go well for Torpedo Enter in her final audition to repeat in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. Is that it? For her, we'll have the story when we come back. Stay with us.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Back on our Thursday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. As we get set for the final race, we're going to bring you on our Thursday coverage, about 21 minutes to post. Let's look ahead to the distaff, though. And obviously, this has completely changed what is going to happen in this division with what we saw out of this spinster and the reigning horse of the year, Torpedo Anna, last year's winner of the distaff.
Right. Had she won the spinster, Torpedo Anna, the conversation would be who would be favored between her and Seismic Beauty, who is the clear favorite at this point. You know, it's disappointing because she's such a popular horse. She just had nothing. You know, it's not like she ran badly. She never even showed up in here, right? I mean, she's stalking a moderate pace. We've seen her do this so many times, and she just powers away from the field. This is not Torpedo Anna. You know, this is not the horse that we've seen so many times. And even though she's had trouble like earlier in the year, she took her a while to get back to her good races. The Fleur de Lis was a good effort, and then I thought her race last time, the Personal Legend, was a giant effort.
Yes, it was.
It was the first time we'd seen her, other than the Travers, run the kind of races we had seen her run as a 3-year-old. Listen, they're not machines. It is what it is. And I don't think anything that happened yesterday takes away. And the other thing is, she's got such a big fan base. It's kind of nice. You know, she's brought a lot of pleasure to a lot of racing fans.
She's done a lot for the game.
She's been very, very popular. You see the people that show up for her. You know, it's just, she's got, you know, look on social media how many people love her. That's a good thing. It's nice to have these horses. And Kenny campaigned her aggressively. And you can say what you want about it, but he showcased her to a lot of fans, and it made her the popular horse that she is. And that's a really good thing for the game. So I don't care. It doesn't, to me, what happened to her on Sunday doesn't take away from who Torpedo Anna is. And I'd hate to think there's somebody out there that thinks that's some sort of indication. She just didn't run.
Yeah, that's ridiculous to think that. Look, she came back, Ken McPeak said she got completely, there's still some more tests to come, some deeper tests, but at this point it seems everything fine with her, A-okay physically, but leaning towards, at this point, that was the last race of her career, and what more can you really accomplish in a career than what she did?
And Kenny's a trainer that's not afraid to be a little bit crazy with his entries at times. On the other hand, I don't think he's going to run this horse off a race like that in the Breeders' Cup. Listen, who knows what could happen. But this was just not a good effort by her, and she'll be remembered for the many good things she did for horse racing and on the racetrack, and her spinster, obviously. She ran like a horse that doesn't want to run anymore.
And, yeah, talk about that campaign that he had with her. Not just made her incredibly popular, it was great for the sport in general. The excitement it brought to that Travers and that showdown with fierceness.
That was one of those races, and I thought that Mike Rapoli, who I rarely agree with, said something that I totally agree with after that Travers. There was the kind of race that fans will remember for 25 or more years. I'm paraphrasing, but I agree. That's one of those races we'll go back year after year and talk about the 2024 Travers. And while Fierceness, Sierra Leone, these are very good horses, if it hadn't been for her running in that race, it would never have been as memorable as it was.
No question. Well, with likely Torpedo Anna out now of this distaff, no chance to repeat, clearly the favorite is Seismic Beauty, who the last 2 starts, particularly the last start in the Clement Hirsch, has just gone to another stratosphere.
Yeah, as I tweeted after the race, the biggest winner in the spinster was Bob Baffert, because suddenly this horse and his other runner, they could be first and second choice. But even if you think her 110 buyer, you think was that a little on the higher side? Okay, she ran a 104 the time before that. These are figures that are dwarfing the kind of races the other horses are running, and she's got a home court advantage, right?
Yeah, she did that 110 at Del Mar.
Yeah, so, I mean, you want to handicap the races. You want to see how they're doing going towards the races. But make no mistake, Seismic Beauty is a substantial favorite in this race at this point.
Maybe your stablemate, though.
Right.
Could be her toughest competition.
Right. Bob's in a pretty good spot right now in this distaff.
Dorth Vader, though, gave until that defeat from Torpedo Anna, really one of the toughest sets she's ever had in her career.
And that was coming off her win that we'll take a look at in the slop. And I think what she showed the personal ensign last time, as we're looking at her prior race in the Ogden Phipps, it wasn't some sort of sloppy track aberration. She's good. Now, I don't think, and she lost a brutal bob. She very easily could have won the bob in the personal ensign. It was a total coin flip. Having said that, I would have said Torpedo Anna ran the better race. Torpedo Anna attacked the pace fell apart. She sort of moved into it. I'm not knocking her race in the personal ensign. It was very good.
And this is her win. It's a different race.
Right, this is a race. But this is a horse coming into the race off of two excellent efforts, a wet track and a dry track. I know she didn't work for a little while, but I saw she had a couple work starting in like mid to later September. And, I mean, would you say if you want to be the homers for the East Coast, she may be the East Coast's best opportunity unless Scottish Monk decides that she's going to re-find her Coaching Club American Oaks?
Yeah, Scottish Lassie has been sort of the head scratcher. What are you going to get from her? Because as a 2-year-old filly, she probably had the best race anyone had run, including your Eclipse winner that year in Immersive. Then she comes back, does this in the Coaching Club American Oaks, does not back it up at all in the Cotillion.
She's impossible to trust, right, Greg? She's got, you know that she's really good on her day, and I can understand somebody if she's 15 to 1. You know, I have no idea what kind of price these are going to be. That's up to the morning line makers and the eventual bettors. I could see taking a shot with her at a big price. I could see using her because I think she has good races. The problem is, if Seismic Beauty runs her good race, I don't care what Scottish Lassie does. She can't beat her in here. And, we were remiss not to mention Nitrogen. I know she didn't get up last time, but it's the best race she ever ran. And she is, I mean, the amazing thing about Nitrogen is she's basically never had a break, right? She's had a couple of 2 months between races, but basically she's been running continuously since she started her career, and it seems like she gets better with every start. A lot of horses aren't like that, and they start to tail off. Nitrogen has done the opposite.
Have you become more of a fan of her now?
Yeah, I was impressed by her effort. I thought she ran really well, and I don't worry about wins and losses. You know what I mean? I thought she ran really well in there. And, of course, I owe you lunch because we bet at Scylla. I like Scylla. Could Scylla have gotten a better trip in that race? I mean, she just doesn't want to pass. But now, Bill Mott can turn her back for the sprint.
Well, she might be better anyway,
Yeah, she might be. I think it doesn't matter. She runs consistently well. She just doesn't want to win.
Pick 6 starts next. We will bring you this one in about 14 minutes. No Ordinary Love. She has probably the best race of anyone in here sprinting on the grass. That was 2 starts ago. Excuse in her last. We'll ask Andy Serling when we come back as we get set for the start of the Pick 6. Stay with us.
The grand finale of the yearling sale season. 2 catalogs offering quality yearlings by the nation's top sires. A sale that has produced scary good results with 5 Breeders' Cup wins in the last 3 years. Recent grads include Eclipse Champion and Horse of the Year, Torpedo Anna, Eclipse Champion, Soul of an Angel, and many more of the sport's current stars. The Fasig-Tipton, Kentucky October Yearling Sale, October 20th through 23rd in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Thanks for being with us on our Thursday coverage. America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Gainesway, Power Passion Performance. Race 3, 6 furlongs, sprinting on the outer turf here in this New York bred maiden special weight. For fillies and mares 3 and up. And favoritism, still Lady Angelina, the 3.
A lot of Angelinas today coming to the track.
This is bizarre.
If you like her, 3-1 is a tough price to take. I wish she had a little bit more turf pedigree in the dam side. You know, her second dam, I'm not sure of this. I'm not sure. Her second dam might be the last winner for Alan Jerkins. It's definitely the last stakes winner. She
Multiple stakes winner, was grade 1, placed on dirt.
Yeah. Go Unbridled? Was that
I'd have to look it up.
Yeah.
Did run once on the grass, though, with an 82 buyer.
No, I'm not saying there's no turf pedigree, and Violence is a good turf influence for turf sprints. It's just not a screaming pedigree for turf. And once again, I could see taking a shot at this horse is 6 or 8 to 1. Just 3 to 1 is hard to like, but she'll go up from there.
Let's go down to Acacia.
And can confirm here that Joel Rosario will be off for the balance of the card. Again, no official updates on exactly how he's doing, but he is off his mount, so Flavian Pratt will be aboard the number 9 Aperitif here. But taking a look at the number 3, Lady Angelina, who is one filly who is trying the turf for the first time. And as you guys mentioned, in the second dam, she was 0 for 1 on the grass, but she did actually run okay on it. And while the dam never won, most of her starts, I should say, were on the grass. This filly actually does have a turf hoof to her. When I last saw her in July, she was not 100% fit, very green with the pony, and she did show some speed and then faded. So kind of a typical, you'd expect better and more fitness second time out. She hasn't run since the end of July, but she is so much more refined looking in here in the way that she is put together. A decent turf hoof to her, way more settled, way more professional here in the paddock. So I am curious to see what she will do with the surface switch. And like I said, mentally and physically, she really has taken a big step forward from first to second start. Her stablemate is the number 1, Cat Stormy. This one has the turf pedigree and looks like a turf horse through and through. The dam was unraced with the second dam, a very good New York bred, multiple stakes winner on the grass, winning races like the Yaddo, all of those New York bred turf stakes, also finishing in the money in several open graded stakes as well on the grass. So plenty of pedigree, massive flat hoof on her, and pretty fit as well. Looking like a horse that probably will benefit from a race altogether, bringing it together, getting just a little bit more of that refinement, especially in her barrel, but she's acted very well, and I think very well spotted for this debut. Now, the number 8, Twirling Lulu, is off a layoff and going back to the turf. She was one towards the start of her career, mentally taking a little bit of time to come together, and she actually ran very well in her lone turf start behind Disco Star, who's a Mark Casse filly that has been running in turf sprint stakes throughout the entire summer this year. So I am excited to see her get back to the turf. I remember looking at her. She's not overly turf looking in her physicality, but clearly she runs well over it. And she does look very fit coming back off the layoff, not having run in nearly 10 months since December of last year. She was sharp when she first came in. It seemed like the light bulb did click on once they put the tack on, and she became laser focused following that, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. 7 minutes to post here in race 3. Favoritism has not moved off. This filly moving to the grass for the first time for Bill Mott with Junior Alvarado, the 3, Lady Angelina.
She could also be the speed in here. She has some speed. We'll see how much Junior uses it. If she's not in front, I think the horse that I like, Twirling Lulu, will be in front. They, to me, look like the potential speeds in this race.
Yeah, Twirling Lulu, we'll talk more about in a minute. The only turf try last year. Slammed out of the gate. Here's the 1, Cat Stormy, Bill Mott as well with Jose Gomez.
Yeah, the other Bill Mott in here. So not taking much money in the dam. Second dam was a good turf horse, though.
Yeah, 4-time winner on the grass, multiple stakes winner. Lady Angelina, the stablemate, the favorite.
She's taking an awful lot of money. She is a little bit interesting trying the turf, just not at that price for me.
No Ordinary Love. That's a nice price on one who has a big effort two-back.
I picked her second because she chased last time outside, and the inside was probably good that day. So I think she can win, and she's a good price of 5-1 right now.
Up to the 6. Huge long shot. Sassetti, the 7, cutting back.
Yeah, you like Sassetti more than I do. I think she's good enough. I don't like the turn back.
Twirling Lulu, that lone turf start, a lot going on there.
Yeah, we'll talk about her after the post parade in more detail, but I really like her chances today.
And then Joel Rosario off all mounts as a result of that spill in the last race. Flavien Prat hops aboard the 9.
Yeah, she's certainly not impossible, though. Of the 2 from that race, I prefer No Ordinary Love.
7-2. We skipped over, by the way, the 5 for Lena Rice, who we'll talk about in a moment. NYRA Bets contests. $40 Friday feeder contest, low-cost way to earn your entry to the $300 Saturday contest. Registration closes before Belmont and the Big A's 3rd race. Post time on Friday. Go to nyrabets.com/contests to learn more. So Prat picking up the mount here on Aperitif for the Barn of Elizabeth Merriman. And two-back faced No Ordinary Love and was 2 lengths in the nose behind that one.
Yeah, I mean, I look at that and I feel as though Aperitif can win here. I feel like I'd rather take No Ordinary Love, not because No Ordinary Love necessarily finished ahead of her in this race, because I thought she had a very good trip. This was a race that was a race that fell apart. Her last race, this one, where Aperitif finished second, I thought Aperitif was picking up pieces, and I thought the dirty work was being done by No Ordinary Love. Chasing a speed that wins on the outside on a good rail is not an easy trip for a horse. I think she's very live.
4-1 from that outside slot. So let's go back to the 8. Hasn't raced since December. This will be the 3-year-old debut. Only 1 try on the turf, and right out of the gate, got completely slammed, and she was downside in the rail when that happened.
Exactly. She just got slammed by the number 2 in that race. And I thought she recovered well to put herself into it. And she ran a 65 buyer as a 2-year-old. That number a year later could easily be closer to an 80, and she had trouble that day. If the 3's not a speed, I think she's the speed. I like Twirling Lulu. She's my kind of horse.
And beat that. She hit the board. Winner of that race. Stakes place since on both dirt and turf. You and Acacia teaming up. That worked in the last race.
Yeah, that horse came back and ran 3rd in a stake and ran an 80 buyer earlier this year.
And the 8, as a result of Acacia and Andy giving their go-ahead, has become the favorite. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
Yeah, usually not a good sign if Andy and I end up on the same horse, but it has worked out. So I guess great minds thinking alike. But looking at 2 horses that have faced each other, with Aperitif to the outside, she's one that I have been a big fan of getting to the turf recently. Now, she's been some huge prices when she's been hitting the board and being right there. And you're going to have to take a shorter price on her today, as it seems now everybody sees that she is a far better turf horse versus dirt horse. That being said, she has continued to come along for Lizzie Merriman, and mentally has become so much more settled with frequent racing too, and has made a good account of herself as well. I thought last time out, when the winner One Last Knock wired the field and was certainly going best, she was kicking on well late there and had a very good trip altogether. I certainly don't have a problem with her. She's just one of those horses, it seems like she's running similar type of races where she's just right there without really quite being able to get the job done, at least as of yet. The number 4, No Ordinary Love, she's one in her first 2 starts was really bad getting out of the gate. Last time out, when Flavien Prat was aboard that day, she wasn't the quickest out, but you could see he was urging her hard every step out of the gate, and soon she was up pressing the pace setter, and I think it was using a lot of energy early on in the race. Now Manny Franco climbs aboard, and he gave her a big warm-up today. She's one at the beginning of her career, she was really lacking a lot of focus, and I'm wondering if that really contributed to the slow starts, but it seems like with the intention, with the warm-up that Manny gave her, it's trying to rev her engines up a bit and get her to get out of the gate a little bit sharper so as to not have to use herself so much to just get into the race and get some position, Greg.
All right, stepping on to the turf course. Thank you, Acacia. And we got 3 on the board at either 5-2 or 3-1. And then behind that trio, Sassetti, the 7, who has had 4 starts on the lawn, 2 in the money finishes, and then we'll cut back sprinting for the first time today.
Yeah, I mean, she's a wild card in this race because she's clearly good enough to win this race. She's got to show she can be proficient turning back. For what it's worth, for this barn, turning back from routes to sprints in maiden races on the turf, 0 for 10 with 2 hitting the board, 1 for 13 turnbacks overall. So haven't had much success, but having said that, she's obviously good enough to win, and if you like her, 5-1's a very fair, now 6-1.
Second dam was sort of a down-the-hill turf specialist. She was 2 for 3, going 6.5 down the hill out on the West Coast at Santa Anita.
And the factor is probably more of a sprint-type sire, so you have that going for you as well.
But 5-2 favorite. It has not moved off this 3 for Bill Mott. Lady Angelina.
Crazy. That another horse that's an underlay could win.
10-1 morning line.
An under 2-1. They must love this horse. There must be a story. This horse must have worked on the turf somewhere along the way or something.
Chris Griffin to kick off the pick 6 on this Thursday afternoon.
Aperitif, Flavien Prat goes in. All set. And they're off. Cat Stormy broke very inward, now straightens up and joins the rest of the field. Twirling Lulu has got early speed. Aperitif is right to the outside as a close-up second, joining them towards the inside, right there in third. That's Lady Angelina. Up in fourth, moving up on the outside, Rare Society. In fifth, in between horses, No Ordinary Love. In sixth is Bank on BB the Gray. Sassetti is now in seventh, and the trailer is awkward starting Cat Stormy. They work up the backstretch 22-4 for the opening quarter mile. Twirling Lulu, doing it easily for Castellano, moves into the far turn with Aperitif right to the outside as a close-up second still. That's the top duo. No Ordinary Love is now in gear. Lady Angelina is patiently ridden at the rail, is in third, has held that position throughout. Sassetti just split rivals to take fifth. Cat Stormy cornering wide, Rare Society, the trailer, Bank on BB. They've got to catch Twirling Lulu. Twirling Lulu is still chased by Aperitif towards the outside. Lady Angelina trying to pick him up from third. Also No Ordinary Love, but it is still Twirling Lulu finding plenty so far. Is a half-length advantage over Aperitif inside the final 16th. Twirling Lulu almost there. Twirling Lulu will win it. Twirling Lulu over Aperitif. No Ordinary Love. Finishing fourth was Lady Angelina. 1 minute 9.76 seconds.
Twirling Lulu, Bruce Levine, Javier Castellano. Second time back on the grass, no trouble this time. Although a stubborn foe in Aperitif, but puts that one away.
Well, Flavien Prat, not one that's shy about getting forward position, and it almost helped work out. And this was a good ride by Javier in the sense that she didn't break that sharply. She didn't get left, but she probably broke, a step slow. But Javier had a plan. He said, I'm going to go forward with her, and he was able to clear. And once he was able to do that, in what was a pretty moderate pace, all things considered, horses ran 1-2. Basically, they ran 1-2-3-4 around the track. I mean, nobody really had a chance to close. But Lady Angelina, man, she was overbet. And I think we're seeing some unusually short price on horses that are live.
Bizarre.
But unfortunately the horse lost the ride in the second race. We don't know how that horse would have done. But we're seeing horses today that are really getting overbet.
8-9-4-3. I mean, that was a stark, bizarre situation of being overbet.
The first, the 3 at 5-2? Yeah, you makes you feel like there was a workout somewhere in the turf that didn't show up or something, because that horse was just, it's one thing to open up short and drift up.
Yeah.
But that horse got bet early and drifted down. As she moved down, actually. And she had a very good trip and really just had no run at all.
Twirling Lulu, 3-year-old return. Hadn't raced since December 28th, but that one turf start showed you there was talent there. And now gets that first win, and it comes on the lawn and the return to the grass. 5-2 on your winner to start the pick 6. Javier Castellano for trainer Bruce Levine, owned by Roddy Valente. Twirling Lulu holding off Aperitif for the victory to kick off the pick 6.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
It's America's original sport. And no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn. Making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage here on Fox Sports 2, watching America's Day at the Races. Pick 6 underway. Twirling Lulu gets back on grass for the 3-year-old return to the races and breaks her maiden. Bruce Levine, Javier Castellano, our winner's circle lead-in. Brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton, Kentucky October yearling sale, October 20th and 23rd in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Roddy Valente winning another race. He had a tremendous Saratoga, right? He won like his first 4 of his first 5 or 6 starters. And Roddy, of course, and Bruce have been a team winning races for a long, long time, which is not easy to do, especially in New York.
Let's go down to Acacia.
And very happy to be here with Bruce. As Bruce Andy was just talking about the relationship that you and Roddy have had for a long time. This one a homebred for him as well.
Yeah, I mean, she acted like she was going to be a nice 2-year-old, and then she kind of had some issues, and we had to give her the time, and we gave her a lot of time. She came back, and she wasn't right. We turned her out again. Then she came back, and she was really good and, you know, over everything. So I think she'll just get better from here.
And clearly one that loved getting back onto the turf as well.
Yeah, we tried her. She trained good on the dirt. She kind of fooled us a little bit up at Saratoga last year, but then we ran her on the grass, and she was green as can be, and she run really, you know, a good number. You know, and then this year she was, you know, just a little bit more mature, and I just felt she was going to really run good.
How rewarding is that when you have an owner that's been patient, you've given the horse the time that they need, and they come back and reward you with a win like that?
It's great. We're just running out of turf time.
Well, good to see her get that win when she had the opportunity. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Greg.
Yeah, good to get this one in. Time the clock winding down on turf season here.
That means it's going to be cold soon, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if we're technically stopping in the middle of November like last year or running a little longer. I wonder if it depends a little on the weather.
$7.86 for the return and a win for Twirling Lulu. Again, to kick off the pick 6. So race 3 in the books. Let's take a look ahead at our weekend schedule coming up. Hopefully you join us on our Friday and Saturday coverage. Saturday, Glen Cove, which we touched on a little bit, the Artie Schiller, and then Sunday, $150,000 Carl Place.
Yeah, the Glen Cove and the Carl Place canvassing races, I am not here on Sunday, so I have not done the work on the Carl Place. Sorry.
Andy not here.
Going back
to
Saratoga.
Talk of, are we canceling the card or are we going to go on with it?
I hope they can go on without me. I think they'll be fine.
We'll do our best.
Going to visit my mom.
Hope she's doing well. Artie Schiller Field, mile on the turf. Such a huge fan of Artie Schiller.
Ah, he was such a good horse. You know.
Major Dude. Even money. We're going to take a look, though, at Big Everest, who we're a little bit critical of in his career.
Well, he's a horse that's very opportunistic, but he's been awfully consistent, and he may be the controlling speed here. If the 5 doesn't get an aggressive ride, he's going to be the main speed, and that may enable him to wire the field.
10 for 24 lifetime on the grass. He's won over $730,000. And to face a pretty good one where he was no match
He has incredible consistency.
last start, and he didn't get out clean. Which he has to be in front, right?
No, he does. He does, and that's why he ran so badly last time. I wouldn't hold that race against him. If he clears here, he's going to be dangerous. I think Major Dude is probably a more likely winner, but they're pretty close. Yes.
Major Dude, John Velasquez, Todd Pletcher, 1.1 mil in earnings in his career on the lawn. So that's race 4, early stakes action, Saturday card, 1:43 Eastern start time. Long way to go to the rest of the afternoon. You can watch the rest on Naira Bets, and we are back tomorrow, FS2, 1 Eastern start time once again.
All right. I'll be here with you tomorrow.
All right. We will see you then. Thanks for joining us as we kicked off yet another week. See what happens the rest of the way. Pick 5's coming up next. You can play it at Naira Bets. It was Bobby M's girl to kick off the card and knocking a lot of people out of just about everything at 25-1. David Duggan, Katie Davis team up with that long shot to begin things, and then El Grande O. Linda Rice, Flavian Pratt getting back to some of his better races. Twirling Lulu, 3-year-old return, getting back on the lawn and winning for trainer Bruce Levine. We'll see you tomorrow, 1 Eastern.
Aperitif, No Ordinary Love. Finishing 4th was Lady Angelina. 1 minute 9.76 seconds.
say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race, very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Horses step on the track here for today's fourth race. Race 4 started late pick 5. Race 4, a mile and an eighth. Race 4 in 7 minutes. Approaching the gate for race 4. Runners moving forward. Post time for today's 4th. Start of the late pick 5. This Thursday afternoon, Confabulation goes in. Who's the king? Leading Contender. Vigano. Dunedin Causeway. Fresenti to the outside. Fresenti goes in. Movement from Dunedin Causeway. All set. And they're off. Step slow for Left and Behind. Confabulation and Brave Bear. Hard scent there at the beginning. And now Confabulation, Luis Rivera Jr. They secure the front. Stacked up in behind. Just having to steady was Brave Bear. Who's the King is ranging up on the outside to challenge for that early lead. Very ranked, though. Who's the King wants to go. Confabulation's got the rail. That's the top duo. At the rail is going to be Brave Bear, is now a shared third with to the outside Dunedin Causeway in fourth. Still hard to handle. Who's the King will not settle, and also dropping back quickly Dunedin Causeway. So the complexion changes early, and they move to the backstretch. Confabulation is in front. Who's the King trying to settle from second. Out wider, here comes Fresenti in third. At the rail, that's Brave Bear, who's a challenging fourth and moving forward. Left and Behind, who is off a step slow, is in fifth. Travels in tandem there with Leading Contender, tailing off Dunedin Causeway and the trailer, Vigano. They work up the backstretch. 24.99 was the opening quarter mile, the half in 49.71. Confabulation is in front. Who's the King? Still looking outward, is a 3/4 of a length back in second. Brave Bear is to the inside here of now. Fresenti, who's called upon for the effort. That's the leading four. Left and Behind is ranging up. Jamie Rodriguez on the move from fifth, is going to be wide, but starts to move in closer to the leaders behind a slow pace, and Confabulation is in front. 1:14 flat for 3/4 of a mile. Confabulation still with a head in front. Who's the King has been there the entire journey. Here comes Fresenti up on the outside. Brave Bear is looking for a seam, and here comes a move from Left and Behind. Any one of the five to win it. They reach the top of the stretch. Confabulation still there. The hold just closed on Brave Bear. Who's the King is in that path. Fresenti, now Brave Bear is trying to tip to the outside. Trying to do better is Left and Behind. Fresenti is in front. Left and Behind now charging down the grandstand side. Fresenti is trying to hold off the charge of Brave Bear to the inside and Left and Behind to the outside. Look at Brave Bear at the rail to get up in time. Brave Bear got it over Fresenti, Left and Behind, and Who's the King in 1 minute 51.71 seconds. Unofficial order finish. First the 1, Brave Bear. Second the 8, Fresenti. Third, the 5. Left and behind. Fourth, the 6. Who's the king? 1-8-5-6 in race 4. Running time, 1 minute 51.71 seconds. Into the winner's circle, the winner of today's 4th race, the 1, Brave Bear. He's a 3-year-old gelding bred in New York by Bernardini out of Parish Poet. Winning owners, Rodriguez, Witz. Winning trainers, Rudy Rodriguez. The winning jockey, Flavien Prat. 2 wins on the day, Flavien Prat. Brave Bear, bred in New York by Delahunty Stock Farm. 1-8-5-6. Stand by for prices. Exacta 1-8, $11.73. The double, $24.53. The Quinella, $5.98. Trifecta, $12.99. And the Superfecta, $70.29. Pick 3, $95.42. Running time, 1 minute 51.71 seconds. Coming up, today's 5th. Race 5 started late pick 4. 6 furlongs. Race 5 in 24 minutes. And they're off. Step slow for Left and Behind. Confabulation and Brave Bear. Hard scent there at the beginning. And now Confabulation, Luis Rivera Jr., they secure the front. Stacked up in behind, just having to steady was Brave Bear. Who's the King is ranging up on the outside to challenge for that early lead. Very ranked, though. Who's the King wants to go. Confabulation's got the rail. That's the top duo. At the rail is going to be Brave Bear, is now a shared third with to the outside Dunedin Causeway in fourth. Still hard to handle. Who's the King will not settle, and also dropping back quickly Dunedin Causeway. So the complexion changes early, and they move to the backstretch. Confabulation is in front. Who's the King trying to settle from second. Out wider, here comes Fresente in third. At the rail, that's Brave Bear, who's a challenging fourth and moving forward. Left and behind, who is off a step slow, is in fifth. Travels in tandem there with leading contender, tailing off Dunedin Causeway and the trailer, Vigano. They work up the backstretch. 24.99 was the opening quarter mile, the half in 49.71. Confabulation is in front. Who's the King? Still looking outward, is a 3/4 of a length back in second. Brave Bear is to the inside here of now. Fresente, who's called upon for the effort, that's the leading four. Left and behind is ranging up. Jamie Rodriguez on the move from fifth, is going to be wide, but starts to move in closer to the leaders behind a slow pace, and Confabulation is in front. 1:14 flat for 3/4 of a mile. Confabulation still with a head in front. Who's the King has been there the entire journey. Here comes Fresente up on the outside. Brave Bear is looking for a seam, and here comes a move from left and behind. Any one of the five to win it. They reach the top of the stretch. Confabulation still there. The hold just closed on Brave Bear. Who's the King is in that path. Fresente, now Brave Bear is trying to tip to the outside. Trying to do better is left and behind. Fresente is in front, left and behind. Now charging down the grandstand side. Fresente is trying to hold off the charge of Brave Bear to the inside and left and behind to the outside. Look at Brave Bear at the rail to get up in time. Brave Bear got it over Fresente, left and behind. And who's the King in 1 minute 51.71 seconds.
dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. The Golden Sun, a horse of the year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Now's the time to subscribe to the Naira Bets YouTube channel. Join Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro for stakes previews, in-depth analysis, and handicapping strategy and tutorials. Subscribe to and like Naira Bets on YouTube.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
Horses in the paddock for race 5 coming up. The 2-year-old's in the spotlight here in this maiden optional claiming. And right now you do have the number 6, Nay Baby, taking attention. Not only a horse that has had 2 races for trainer Jeremiah Englehart, but one that did face the Champagne winner on debut, talking about Napoleon Solo. So well beaten by that one first time out, but did run a distant 3rd that day. And then coming back with a valiant 2nd place finish last time out. I thought that this horse was closing strong strongly, just missed in that effort last time. And looking at him here in the paddock, he does look incredibly fit and well muscled, now making the third start of his career. He is a solid individual too, so probably one that benefited from a couple of races under his belt. And he took a lot of money in that debut race behind Napoleon Solo, who, as mentioned, did come back to win the Champagne this past weekend. One thing I did notice about Nate Baby last time, though, running on outside on his left lead, I think just had the best momentum that day, but certainly one that looks to be improving with each start. Out of that same race, though, is the 7 Hong Kong Phooey for Rudy Rodriguez, looking for another win today. Did kind of hop up and bump at the start last time out, kind of getting knocked off stride, in fact, by Nate Baby at the beginning of the race there. And I think a little bit of a tough race for a first-time starter, because with that, kind of having to run up on the inside, make an early move, and just not quite enough late. So a horse that I think could really benefit from having that race under his belt. Gets the 6 furlongs once again. He is a leggy type. I wouldn't mind seeing him get just even a little bit more distance maybe down the road, but he's sharper once they put the tack on him. And I do think with a better break, we should see a stronger effort from him. Now, looking at some others with experience, the 4 Fort Griffin, he and Bod Beach come out of the same race, and well, give credit to Bod Beach, who did show speed and was game that day. He's already had quite a few starts, whereas Fort Griffin is just making his second career start, and he was wide in that debut race, pressing 3 wide, never saw the rail throughout in there, much sharper once they put the tack on him here in the paddock. And looking at him, he likely needed that first start. Didn't see him that day, but he is one that carries condition and probably really needed a race to bring it all together. And like I said, an energetic type as well, so maybe mentally will have a race under his belt to help him take a step forward in here. And I always like a horse that shows speed on debut, even if they aren't quite able to finish, speaking to the fact that fitness might be stronger second time out. Now, looking at a couple of first-time starters, the 3 Wit Storm goes out for Barclay Tagg. Worked 10-2 at the Timonium May. 2-year-old sale was a little bit, I have to ask, but very fast type of moving gelding by Honest Mischief. The dam is a sister to a grade 1 winner in Central Intelligence, and a pretty decent production as far as the sibling. 4 out of the 6 foals were winners sprinting on the dirt, and this one has some strong workouts coming in. I do think he probably could maybe benefit from a race just to get a little bit more definition in that barrel, but he is strong. He's stout, he's compact, he's well built, and he's been incredibly professional here in the paddock as well. Certainly one, I think, to watch with interest, debuting with Dylan Davis in the saddle. The number 5, Mo Curls, another first-time starter coming in for Kevin Rice. Typically, we see it in Saratoga, where Kevin comes with a 2-year-old that is incredibly well meant, and they often deliver. This one debuting here in this spot with some fast workouts over at Presque Isle, including going 1:01, going 5 furlongs from the gate in the most recent workout. Physically mature son of Salomini here that's acted very well. He does stack up favorably with his company coming into this spot, looking like a horse. Again, I thought you could see the difference between the ones that had started and the firsters just from a fitness standpoint, but we have seen the ones from this barn coming to the NYRA circuit be very well meant and well spotted as they're heading out just a few minutes away from the 2-year-olds in race 5.
Horses step on the track here for today's 5th race. Race 5, 8 minutes away. Today's 5th, start of day pick 4. Race 5 in 8 minutes. Those jockey changes later on in today's card. Race number 7. Jockey aboard the 8 will be Javier Castellano. And in race 8, the 6 will now be ridden by Kendrick Carmouche. Race 5, 7 minutes. Approaching the gate for race 5. Horses are at the gate. It's post time. For today's 5th, late pick 4. Wit Storm. Mo Curls. Goes in. Nay Baby. Hong Kong Phooey. Bod Beach. Life is Gravy to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Bod Beach sprints right out of the gate, and Bod Beach is the leader. Challenged towards the inside by the pink blinkers of Fort Griffin, and now Fort Griffin puts a half length in front. Bod Beach is back to second. At the rail there is Wit Storm, looking for a way out, is at the rail, going to save some ground. Hong Kong Phooey wants to go. Center of the racetrack is in fourth, is just tugging at Ruben Silvera, wants to move forward. The front 4, now 3.5, almost 4, in front of Nay Baby, who's in front of the 2 trailers. At the back is going to be Mo Curls with Life is Gravy. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Fort Griffin with a head in front. Bod Beach is in pursuit. Hong Kong Phooey 3 wide towards the outside. Wit Storm and the Sakatoga Stable Silks is just waiting for room, is in fourth, just in behind the 3 leaders. Trying to get into it does Nay Baby from far out of it. They reach the top of the stretch. It's Fort Griffin who's still a nose in front. Bod Beach in between horses, Hong Kong Phooey, and Wit Storm is tipped to the outside, grandstand side, trying to catch all 3. It is Bod Beach in between horses. Fort Griffin battles on. Hong Kong Phooey is trying to pass him. Nay Baby is launching a rally. Wit Storm is trying to catch him too. Hong Kong Phooey is dispatched to the front too, but here comes Nay Baby, who's just rolling on the grandstand side. Nay Baby trying to get up. Hong Kong Phooey almost there. It's a photo. Looked like Hong Kong Phooey just hung on over Nay Baby. Then came Wit Storm, who's in a photo. Life is Gravy was running on. Bod Beach and Fort Griffin in 1 minute 11 and 4. Order finish. First the 7, Hong Kong Phooey. Second the 6, Nay Baby. Third the 3, Wit Storm. And fourth the 8, Bod Beach. 7, 6, 3, 8 in race 5. Into the winner's circle, the winner of today's 5th race, the 7 Hong Kong Phooey. He's a 2-year-old, bred in Kentucky by Complexity out of I'm So Fancy. Winning owners, Imperio and Rodriguez. Winning trainer, Rudy Rodriguez. And the winning jockey, Ruben Silvera. Rudy Rodriguez, another training victory on the afternoon. 7-6-3-8. Exacta, 7-6, $9.90. The double, $15.39. Trifecta, 7-6-3, $25.21. And Superfecta, $132.48. The pick 3, $65.59. And pick 4, $193.63. That pick 5, early pick 5, returns $10,254.59. Running time, 1 minute 11.82 seconds. Coming up, it's race 6. Today's 6th race is 24 minutes away. Race 6, late pick 3 in 24 minutes. And they're off. Bod Beach sprints right out of the gate, and Bod Beach is the leader. Challenged towards the inside by the pink blinkers of Fort Griffin, and now Fort Griffin puts a half length in front. Bod Beach is back to second. At the rail, there is Witstorm, looking for a way out, is at the rail, going to save some ground. Hong Kong Phooey wants to go. Center of the racetrack is in fourth, is just tugging at Ruben Silvera, wants to move forward. The front 4, now 3.5, almost 4, in front of Nay Baby, who's in front of the 2 trailers. At the back is going to be Mo Curls with Life is Gravy. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Fort Griffin with a head in front. Bod Beach is in pursuit. Hong Kong Phooey 3 wide towards the outside. Wit Storm and the Sakatoga Stable Silks is just waiting for room, is in fourth, just in behind the 3 leaders. Trying to get into it does Nay Baby from far out of it. They reach the top of the stretch. It's Fort Griffin, who's still a nose in front. Bod Beach in between horses, Hong Kong Phooey, and Wit Storm is tipped to the outside, grandstand side, trying to catch all 3. It is Bod Beach in between horses. Fort Griffin battles on. Hong Kong Phooey's trying to pass him. Nay Baby is launching a rally. Wit Storm is trying to catch him too. Hong Kong Phooey is dispatched to the front too, but here comes Nay Baby, who's just rolling on the grandstand side. Nay Baby trying to get up. Hong Kong Phooey almost there. It's a photo. Looked like Hong Kong Phooey just hung on over Nay Baby. Then came Wit Storm, who's in a photo. Life is Gravy was running on. Bod Beach and Fort Griffin in 1 minute 11 and 4.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. A daughter of the Red Hot Triple Crown winner Justify, Just FYI, secured the Eclipse Award as champion 2-year-old filly after conquering the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile fillies over an elite field.
Just FYI!
It capped off an undefeated 2-year-old season that also included a dominant score in the Grade 1 Frisette. She retired with earnings over $1.7 million for owner George Krikorian and trainer Bill Mott. At 3, following a runner-up effort in the Grade 1 Ashland, she defeated all but the mighty Torpedoanna in the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks. Just FYI is offered pregnant to Into Mischief, North America's 6-time leading general sire and the sire of 3 Kentucky Derby winners. Out of the Street Cry Mare Star Act, Just FYI hails from the family of Grade 1 winners Starer, Stellar Jane, and Star Billing. Eclipse champion Just FYI, selling this November with Hillendale at Alapa agent.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Race 6 is a starter allowance, going a mile for fillies and mares, and a couple of trainers send out 2. And we will start with the duo for trainer Jamie Ness, beginning with your current favorite in the number 4, Big Air, who was second best last time out. But I think given the fact that she did wire the field at Colonial 2 starts back, and then last time out when she was bumped and off a bit slow at the beginning of the race and just never really looked comfortable trying to get into stride, she kept running and, like I said, second best, beaten 9 lengths, but did keep on in that effort. She stretches out slightly once again to the mile today. Very long in her frame and is built like a horse that should appreciate the mile distance as she gets a little bit more ground to work with in here today. Like I said, I do think that she's going back to doing what she wants to do and hopefully getting out of the gate cleaner today and able to kind of get into stride a little bit quicker too, given the length of her body. Maybe it is just that she takes up quite a bit of space in the gate and not as quick getting out. But she's acted perfectly well here in the paddock. She does seem focused and have no problems with the distance. Her stablemate I find very intriguing though, as a new claim for the barn. I know that she has been running Tower 22, the 5, some slower races recently, but if you go back to the summer, she was running some races that I think would put her in contention. Now that July 6th 81 Beyer speed figure is a race that sticks out like a sore thumb, but altogether she's been pretty consistent. I like her getting back to the mile. She's tall and leggy. I've always felt that this is a distance that she does prefer. She's also pretty sharp, and I thought that all things considered, she ran very well last time out when she went to her nose at the break and then had to be niggled on being last, went wide, a little bit late switching leads, and then understandably kind of flattened out a little bit late in the stretch. But I think the stretch out should help her. She's the strongest I've seen her look in a while. Super coat on her too, and she is a bit more of a generous price. Now, Linda Rice also sends out 2 in here, beginning with one Adrian. This is the one that first caught my eye when first walking into the paddock. This is a horse that does not have any early speed. She tends to break slowly and drop pretty far back, and she will hope that there's an honest pace in this race coming in here. But she looks fantastic. Dappled from head to toe, great weight and substance to her. I know that she is not a winning type, and I think it's because sometimes she just leaves herself with a lot to do, coming off a second place finish where she was flying late and she just missed. I think it was a tough beat that day, and maybe her running style is her worst enemy, but looking like she's doing very well. Second time out for the barn, and Kendra Carmouche will ride her for the 3rd time in a row, so certainly well familiar with where she does put herself in the race. The other one for Linda is the 6 Purloin. Now, she actually broke okay in that race last time out, the same effort where Adrian did finish 2nd, Fortuna Mia winning that day, and she kind of just dropped back and switched off and was not really aggressively handled early. Tubac, when she won for Previous Connections over at Churchill, she did show some more tactical speed. She's bright and energetic here in the paddock. I wouldn't be more surprised to see her be a little bit more forward too. I haven't seen her in a while. She has strengthened up significantly, and I like the demeanor that I'm seeing from her in here today. Hopefully it won't be like last time where she just leaves herself with a bit more running to do than she needs to. But we'll see how it plays out. Horses making their way out for race 6 and the late pick 3 coming up.
Horses stepping on the track here for today's 6th race. Race 6 started the late pick 3. 1 mile the distance. Race 6 in 7 minutes. Approaching the gate for race 6. Horses are at the gate. It's post time for today's 6th. Adrian goes in. Tower 22. Purloin. Circuit Court. Baby Sasakai has gone in. Big Air. Carrara to the outside. Is in. All set. And they're off. Broken and even line. Big Air breaks very well. Smoothly in between horses. Carrara towards the outside is challenging now. Tower 22 is in the early mix, and also Circuit Court. They line up on the front end. Awkward step there for Tower 22. Now straightens up and is going to go head and head here as they come out of the chute with Circuit Court. That's the top duo, and then Carrara out wider is in third. Big Air is right behind them. Now drafts in behind the leaders in fourth as they really slacken off the tempo and they bunch up. Baby Sasakaya's in fifth out in the center of the racetrack on the far outside. Purloin. Moving forward, here comes That's Funny and Adrian, still very tightly packed as they went 23-4 for an easy opening quarter. Tower 22 has the lead with Circuit Court right there challenging from second. Carrara's 3 wide in third. Ask for More is Big Air, is tightly at the rail here with less than a half mile to go. The sprint is on now as Tower 22 lets it out a notch. It's Tower 22 up by a length. Circuit Court trying to keep up. Big Air re-rallies down towards the inside and Carrara wide. Baby Sasakaya's in behind them. Adrian nowhere to go right now. The trailer That's Funny. Purloin is wide. They approach the top of the stretch and Tower 22 slowed things down up front, and Tower 22 is going to try and run them right off their feet right now. 112-4 for 3/4. It's Tower 22. Big Air is chasing. Carrara's right there. Circuit Court's in the mix too. Purloin center of the racetrack. Adrian still looking out for a seam. Winning Move Silk's orange cap, and they are bunched up. Purloin is now swarming, and here comes Purloin to pass them all. Acceleration from Purloin. Taking second there is Adrian. Give it to Purloin to win it. Purloin wins it over Adrian. Then came Big Air and Tower 22 in 1 minute 38 seconds flat. Order finish. First the 6, Purloin. Second the 1, Adrian. Third the 4, Big Air. Fourth the 5, Tower 22. 6-1-4-5. In race 6. Running time 1 minute 38.02. Into the winner's circle. Winner of today's 6th race, the 6, Purloin. She's a 4-year-old. Bred in Kentucky by Arrogate. At a smooth path. Winning owner, Robert Pizzuti. Winning trainer is Linda Rice. The winning jockey, Dylan Davis. Linda Rice with another victory on the afternoon. 6-1-4-5. Exacta 6-1, $11.58. The double 7-6, $14.69. Trifecta $15.12, and Superfecta $128.83. Pick 3, $76.56, and running time 1 minute 38.02. Coming up, it's race 7. Today's 7th race is 22 minutes away. Race 7, late double. Rider on the 8, make it Javier Castellano. Race 7 in 22 minutes. And they're off. Broken an even line. Big Air breaks very well. Smoothly in between horses. Carrara towards the outside is challenging now. Tower 22 is in the early mix, and also Circuit Court. They line up on the front end. Awkward step there for Tower 22. Now straightens up and is going to go head and head here as they come out of the chute with Circuit Court. That's the top duo, and then Carrara out wider is in third. Big Air is right behind them. Now drafts in behind the leaders in fourth as they really slacken off the tempo and they bunch up. Baby Sasakaya's in fifth out in the center of the racetrack on the 4 outside Purloin. Moving forward, here comes That's Funny and Adrian, still very tightly packed as they went 23-4 for an easy opening quarter. Tower 22 has the lead with Circuit Court right there challenging from second. Carrara's 3 wide in third. Ask for More is Big Air, is tightly at the rail here with less than a half mile to go. The sprint is on now as Tower 22 lets it out a notch. It's Tower 22 up by a length. Circuit Court trying to keep up. Big Air re-rallies down towards the inside and Carrara wide. Baby Sasakaya's in behind them. Adrian nowhere to go right now. The trailer That's Funny, Purloin is wide. They approach the top of the stretch, and Tower 22 slowed things down up front, and Tower 22 is going to try and run them right off their feet right now. 1:12-4 for 3 quarters. It's Tower 22. Big Air is chasing. Carrara's right there. Circuit Court's in the mix too. Purloin center of the racetrack. Adrian still looking out for a seam. Winning Moose Silk's orange cap, and they are bunched up. Purloin is now swarming, and here comes Purloin to pass them all. Acceleration from Purloin. Taking second there is Adrian. Give it to Purloin to win it. Purloin wins it over Adrian. Then came Big Air and Tower 22 in 1 minute 38 seconds flat.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today. As we get set for the last two on the card on this Thursday afternoon here, Belmont at the Big A, 6 furlongs. Outer turf, starter optional claiming field. Start with a horse I think is much the one to beat in this race, and that is on the outside. As we get a look at this group here, that's Let It Ride. 2-1 right now, just was 5-2 a moment ago. I expect this price to potentially come down even more. George Weaver, trainee, has been off since late April. Just a massive, massive class edge against this group. Has faced so much better, has run so much faster than many in this group, and that is somewhat a concern off since late April. And now the drop in class, is it a red flag? I think it's okay. I think really this horse could probably run his B race and win this race. Clear the Air, who we faced last time out, won that race with a 94 Beyer. It's a 3-time winner on the grass with 2 runner-ups, who was second to Nonay Hudson. That horse would be 1-5 in this race. He's faced Chisler, Run Curtis Run, 4 Harp. These are all stakes horses, Surveillance on the turf, Running with Scissors. Just such a massive edge in terms of who he's competed against and how well he has run. I think he's going to be very tough in this spot, layoff or not, for George Weaver. Meanwhile, the 3, when you're sort of looking at value in terms of where else to go, say the 7 does not show up, then it becomes a much more wide open affair. I thought the 3, the 5, the 6, even the 1, who we'll get to in a moment, to some extent, maybe the 2, but more of an outsider. But this 3 horse offered the best value. 11-1 right now for Mike Maker. Tremendous barn, obviously. Pratt's aboard. He'll be looking for his 3rd this afternoon. I really like the comeback for him. It was on synthetic, but it was against a tough money earned allowance group, and I thought he ran really well. But the last time he sprinted on turf, he ran one of the faster figures of anybody in this group, and it was not really an anomaly. He's had several efforts, even quicker than actually when he sprinted on the grass. So I think he's probably best sprinting on the turf, and they have him back doing that this afternoon. I think second off a short layoff, he could run a really big race, and just probably the best value on the board right now at 11-1. And then the 1, Reynolds Channel. Michelle Nevin claims this one off of Mike Maker. New gelding here. I always thought this horse sort of had talent on dirt. He actually ran sneaky good in the Grade 1 Allen Jerkins off a maiden win, and he just sort of never panned out on the dirt. He tried the turf for the first time in his career last start. As you get a look at him here, he's 7-2. He completely blew the start in that turf sprint in 5.5 furlongs. He had no chance to win that race, and threw his head around, bumped at the start. He was last early, 12th of 12 in that field, where then all of a sudden he starts picking off horses, making up ground, winds up getting 3rd place money, beat less than 2 lengths. With it, I want to see what he can do with a fair start out of the gate, because that's never really been an issue for him before.
really kind of eye-popping what he did with that terrible beginning on the grass. So second time for him on the turf. He's interesting, but much the horse to beat for me. The 7, Let It Ride, as we're 10 minutes to post.
Horses step on the track here for today's 7th race. Race 7 is 7 minutes away. Today's 7th, 6 furlongs, outer turf in a field of 8. Race 7, 7 minutes. Stepping on the turf course, approaching the gate for race 7. Horses are at the gate. It's post time. Post time for today's 7th. Late double starts here. Reynolds Channel, first to move forward. Let It Ride moves forward. Alexis Zorba will be last to load here. To the outside, Typhoon Fury's in. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Spoken Bluntly flew out of the gate, broke very sharply. It is quickly up by 3/4 of a length. Here's Let It Ride to join that early pace setter, and here in behind them is Devil in Disguise, is rushing up, gets over to the rail position. Alexis Zorba in 4th. Back in 5th now is Blown Cover, just traveling behind them. Musical Maestro as they're well strung out. Typhoon Fury towards the back end of the field, and Reynolds Channel is the trailer. They get set to work towards the far turn. Spoken Bluntly, who broke well, is up by a full length. Let It Ride in pursuit towards the outside, is in the 2 path, is within range, and the front 2 now go at it here as they're well into the far turn. Just behind them, Devil in Disguise. Alexis Zorba's trying to pick him up from 4th. Blown Cover is right there in the 5th position. In hand, nowhere to go yet as they reach the top of the lane. The leader, Spoken Bluntly, kicks for home. Spoken Bluntly in front. Let It Ride is cut loose, is trying to cut into the margin, but Spoken Bluntly's got plenty. Spoken Bluntly is trying to open up on the field, is up by 2. Let It Ride, trying to get loose, is Blown Cover down towards the inside. They're all chasing the leader, who's got a 16th left to go and showing no signs of stopping. Spoken Bluntly takes some gate to wire. Spoken Bluntly wins it over Let It Ride. Then came Devil in Disguise, followed by Musical Maestro and Blown Cover in 1 minute 8.28 seconds. Order finish, first the 5, Spoken Bluntly, second the 7, Let It Ride, third the 6, Devil in Disguise, fourth the 3, Musical Maestro. Five, 7, 6, 3. Running time 1 minute 8.28. Hold all tickets until race 7 is official. Into the winner's circle, the winner of today's 7th race is the 5, Spoken Bluntly. He's a 4-year-old gelding bred in New York by Frank Conversation out of Nightingale Miss. Winning owners, Amati Racing Stables, winning trainers Bruce Levine, the winning jockey Kendrick Carmouche. Bruce Levine with another victory on the afternoon. Spoken Bluntly, bred in New York by Rockridge Stud, LLC. 5763. Stand by for prices in race 7. Race 7, it's official. $1 exact to 5-7, $26.79. The double, $31.06. Trifecta, $69.17. Superfecta, $772.60. And pick 3, $115.15. Grand Slam, $16.17. And running time, 1 minute 8.28. Coming up, race 8, 8th and final, 22 minutes away. In today's 8th, Kendrick Carmouche rides the 6. Race 8, 22 minutes. In. All set. And they're off. Spoken Bluntly flew out of the gate. broke very sharply. It is quickly up by 3/4 of a length. Here's Let It Ride to join that early pace setter, and here in behind them is Devil in Disguise, is rushing up, gets over to the rail position. Alexis Zorba in 4th. Back in 5th now is Blown Cover, just traveling behind them. Musical Maestro as they're well strung out. Typhoon Fury towards the back end of the field, and Reynolds Channel is the trailer. They get set to work towards the far turn. Spoken Bluntly, who broke well, is up by a full length. Let It Ride in pursuit towards the outside, is in the 2 path, is within range, and the front 2 now go at it here as they're well into the far turn. Just behind them, Devil in Disguise. Alexis Zorba's trying to pick him up from 4th. Blown Cover is right there in the 5th position, in hand, nowhere to go yet as they reach the top of the lane. The leader, Spoken Bluntly, kicks for home. Spoken Bluntly in front. Let It Ride is cut loose, is trying to cut into the margin, but Spoken Bluntly's got plenty. Spoken Bluntly is trying to open up on the field, is up by 2. Let It Ride, trying to get loose, is Blown Cover down towards the inside. They're all chasing the leader, who's got a 16th left to go and showing no signs of stopping. Spoken Bluntly takes some gate to wire. Spoken Bluntly wins it over Let It Ride. Then came Devil in Disguise, followed by Musical Maestro and Blown Cover in 1 minute 8.28 seconds.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Greg Wolf with you as we get set for the nightcap on this Thursday card. 1 1/16 on the turf. New York Breds maiden special weight here. This one for 2-year-olds and a couple of scratches. I thought the 2 was a major player. That one comes out. And with the scratches near, that allows also eligible the 13 Jaxer to draw into this field for tremendous trainer Graham Motion. I actually like this horse quite a bit. So 2 starts, 2 sprints, really that 7.5 furlong race last time out of Delaware. More of a route race, but still really technically 2 sprints, now stretching out to a 1 1/16. I love that foundation from a trainer, especially someone of the quality of a Graham Motion. And that second start, you see Betanak second. He's just a lot closer to the action. I think more distance really going to help him just be involved more early. He's going to put blinkers on this afternoon because late in that race, it seemed like he was set to go by Blue Suede Hooves and just kind of hung in the stretch. Maybe the blinkers on will help him focus and finish just a little bit better. I do think the more ground we saw it really help him in start number 2. I think third time could be the charm for him. And not to mention, too, you get Flavien Prat aboard as well, which having one of the top 2 riders on the planet aboard, reigning Eclipse Award winner, does not hurt things in any way. Again, looking for his third on the afternoon. So I think there's a lot to like with this horse, including the price at 8-1. Meanwhile, the 5, a little at first. Second start stretches out from 5.5 furlongs in that debut on the turf. This horse got completely pinballed repeatedly out of the gate in that debut. I just really had a tough go of it. And late in the race, finally started to do a little bit of running. I mean, this horse was last entering the stretch and then kind of had to wait on horses, made a bit of a move. But I think got a lot of experience out of that first race. Can't be as bad of a start as he got first time out. And I think another one where a little bit more ground and certainly the experience will help him going forward for a very good barn in Horacio de Paz. The 8, it's a long shot, I think, is kind of interesting. So it's Jack Smack. He's by Venezuelan Hug, new sire. This is his first crop. It was a graded stakes winner on the grass, 5 for 9 overall. We'll see if he gets. He's only had a couple of horses run yet, so this would be his first winner. But the Dam was a first out winner sprinting on the grass. There's a little bit of pedigree there. And I think just intriguing here, it's a little bit easier to win going long in the grass first time, certainly more easy than it is on dirt. Very capable barn. Huge price right now, too, at 18-1. And then, of course, you got to throw in the 9, Coach Ryan, for Chad Brown. He's the favorite right now. Chased a horse who went gate to wire in the debut for Marcassi Truman's Commander, who out of that would go to the Pilgrim. Set the pace in the Pilgrim. Didn't run very well in that race. He was 52-1. He wound up 8th of 10. But Coach Ryan, I think, will get something out of that race. Chad Brown, as good as he is, every single horse out of his run is not going to run their A race first time out. I think another horse who could benefit with experience, and board is reflecting that as well. But that price is awfully short. 9-2 morning line. I think 5-2 is going a bit overboard just because it's Chad Brown. Tough nightcap. I thought maybe the most wide open race on this betting card. Again, 1 1/16 on the grass to close things out on this Thursday card.
Horses step on the track here for today's 8th race. Race 8, 7 minutes away. 8th and final. A mile and 16th inner turf. Race 8, 7 minutes. Horses are stepping on the turf course, approaching the gate for race 8. Horses are at the gate. It's post time for race 8, 8th and final on this Thursday afternoon. Sunday Boy, Bold Love, Jax Mack. Here's Tuscan Thunder, Ross Cummin. Coach Ryan's in. A little at first. Newland. Smart Kenzie. Make a Prediction. And Jaxer. Jaxer, last to load. The Thursday finale. Jaxer goes in. All set. And they're off. Bunched up at the start towards the inside, but Smart Kenzie emerges, and now Smart Kenzie thrust to the front. A lot of traffic in behind. A little at first caught the worst of it. Smart Kenzie gets over to the rail, is now ahead in front from outside. Here's Jaxer to join that early fray, and the top two are well apart as they get set to go towards that turn. Trying to ration out the speed, it's Kendra Carmouche and Smart Kenzie into that turn. Jaxer is a close-up second while wide. Just in behind them, Newland is a well-tracking, well-spotted third, and then comes the purple cap of Make a Prediction, who's in front of Coach Ryan in fifth. Then in sixth is Sunday Boy. To the outside of that rival comes Tuscan Thunder. Another pair in behind them. That's Bold Love with a little at first. Very keen at the back as Jax Mack wants to go is towards the back end of the field with Ross Common. They're the two trailers. 22 and 4 for that opening quarter mile. Smart Kenzie is in front. Jaxer is going to let that leader now press on, and at the rail, that's Newland, who's still a close-up third. Make a Prediction. Jose Lescano, they're on the move from fourth to the outside here of Coach Ryan in fifth. Just behind them, still the pair with At the Rail Sunday Boy and out wider Tuscan Thunder as they went 48.29 for a half-mile time. They're into the far turn, and Smart Kenzie at a price is in front. Smart Kenzie is up by a half length. Back for more as Jaxer towards the outside. Newland with nowhere to go. Coach Ryan in behind. Make a Prediction as they get bunched up once again. Coach Ryan just drifted out here at the top of the lane as Jaxer has been sent for home. It's Jaxer who now sprints for home, quickly up by 2, almost 3 widening lengths. Make a Prediction is chasing Newland. Tough trip there for Sunday Boy, also trying to rally on Coach Ryan. It's Jaxer who's in front, going to hold off the charge here of Coach Ryan, who's trying to run up into second. Jaxer, Make a Prediction. Coach Ryan. Jaxer wins the finale. Jaxer over Coach Ryan, who did get second over Make a Prediction, and Newland finished fourth in 1 minute 43 seconds flat. Order finish. First the 13, Jaxer. Second the 9, Coach Ryan. Third the 12, make a prediction. Fourth the 11, Newland. Ladies and gentlemen, please note Stewart's inquiry taking a look at the number 11 Newland, your fourth place finisher. Doesn't involve your top 3 as of right now. The 11 Newland, shortly after the start, taking a look at the run out of the chute. Again, this involves the fourth place finisher shortly after the start. Hold all tickets in today's 8th. Winner of today's 8th race, the 13 Jaxer. Jaxer, a 2-year-old, bred in New York by Slumber out of Lost Ticket. Winning owners, Head of Plains Partners LLC, winning trainer Graham Motion, winning jockey Flavien Pratt. 3 wins on the afternoon. Again, Stewart's inquiry, taking a look at your fourth place finisher, number 11. Actions in the chute. Coming out of the chute shortly after the start. Hold all tickets. 13, 9, 12, 11. Running time 1 minute 43.17. No change to the order finish. 13, 9, 12, 11. Order finish. Result stands. Stand by for prices. 3 wins on the day for jockey Flavien Prat. And Jaxer, a homebred. In race 8. Bred in New York by Head of Plains, LLC. Exacta return $15.72. The double $47.96. Trifecta $55.19. And superfecta $536.98. The pick 3 $234.31. And pick 4 $336.13. Pick 5 returned $2,490.29. In the pick 6 5 out of 6 $565.02. Carryover in the pick 6 for tomorrow. $13,560. $13,560 is that carryover number tomorrow. 8 races on our Friday afternoon program. That means the pick 6 begins in race number 3. It'll cover races 3 through 8 on tomorrow's card. Belmont at the Big A with a pick 6 carryover, $13,560. That concludes our live racing action here today. Thanks again for joining us wherever you are, and we're right back here tomorrow for a Friday afternoon and a pick 6 carryover, $13,560, 8 race program. First post time tomorrow is 1:10. We'll see you tomorrow with the New York Racing Association and live racing Belmont at the Big A. Good night. All set. And they're off. Bunched up at the start towards the inside, but Smart Kenzie emerges, and now Smart Kenzie thrust to the front. A lot of traffic in behind. A little at first caught the worst of it. Smart Kenzie gets over to the rail, is now ahead in front from outside. Here's Jaxer to join that early fray, and the top 2 are well apart as they get set to go towards that turn. Trying to ration out the speed, it's Kendrick Carmouche and Smart Kenzie into that turn. Jaxer is a close-up second, while wide. Just in behind them, Newland is a well-tracking, well-spotted third, and then comes the purple cap of Make a Prediction, who's in front of Coach Ryan in 5th. Then in 6th is Sunday Boy. To the outside of that rival comes Tuscan Thunder. Another pair in behind them. That's Bold Love with a little at first. Very keen at the back as Jax Mack wants to go is towards the back end of the field with Ross Common. They're the 2 trailers. 22 and 4 for that opening quarter mile. Smart Kenzie is in front. Jaxer is going to let that leader now press on, and at the rail, that's Newland, who's still a close-up third. Make a Prediction, Jose Lescano. They're on the move from 4th to the outside here of Coach Ryan in 5th. Just behind them, still the pair with At the Rail Sunday Boy and out wider Tuscan Thunder as they went 48.29 for a half-mile time. They're into the far turn, and Smart Kenzie at a price is in front. Smart Kenzie is up by a half length. Back for more as Jaxer towards the outside. Newland with nowhere to go. Coach Ryan in behind. Make a Prediction as they get bunched up once again. Coach Ryan just drifted out here at the top of the lane as Jaxer has been sent for home. It's Jaxer who now sprints for home, quickly up by 2, almost 3 widening lengths. Make a Prediction is chasing Newland. Tough trip there for Sunday Boy, also trying to rally on Coach Ryan. It's Jaxer who's in front, going to hold off the charge here of Coach Ryan, who's trying to run up into second. Jaxer, Make a Prediction, Coach Ryan, Jaxer wins the finale. Jaxer over Coach Ryan, who did get second over Make a Prediction, and Newland finished fourth in 1 minute 43 seconds flat.